music always gets so excited. I'm excited too. It's stream time. Hooray! Give OBS just a sec. There it is. OBS, I said there it is. You're supposed to capture Game Maker. Oh joy. Regardless, that'll be fixed by just restarting Game Maker, I imagine. Welcome everyone. It's a wonderful Sunday. It is the best time when we get to develop a title. So let us get right into that. No, I guess OBS isn't feeling it. What if I do this though? Wow. Wow, man, this is promising to be difficult. One sec. I guess if you won't want to work this way, then we're just going to add a new scene because here's the secret, yeah? The secret is that everything about streaming breaks randomly without literally anything changing. Ever. No? Okay. What if I press the reset button? That's going to delete my settings and not do anything else. Wonderful. There it is. Ah, wonderful. It seriously is. Things will break all the time at complete and utter random. When nothing has changed, there is no reason why it should break, and you can only try random stuff and hope that it fixes that. Because... Right. Leaving aside the reality of streaming, which thankfully, this is not my source of income. Jeez, imagine if it was. Imagine if not being able to stream meant not getting paid. That does indeed sound like a terrifying fate. But, so, where are we now on the hit title? Where are we going to go? So, you may see, if you focus your eye holes to that part over there, I've been busy. I have made the beautiful little icons that I wanted to for the link buttons. As of right now, 2 of these don't go anywhere. I want to very quickly set up Steam and itch.io. Can I add volume to the micro? Sure. I mean, I can talk more directly into it too. Is that better? Or it's saying here, well, I guess you might not be able to hear it, but it's showing an icon that you are watching without audio. Okay. Well, it seems that I may not be the only person experiencing technical difficulties. I love Twitch. But so I want to set up Steam and itch very, very soon. The plan is that going onto Steam takes a minute. You need to fill out a bunch of paperwork, and you need to then there's a literal 1 month waiting period while they check your stuff. So that's gonna take a minute, which means we need to get started. But if you want to have a tree growing in 5 years, then you better plant it now. But as soon as the demo is in a place where I am comfortable releasing it, I do want to go live onto HIO, so that's being worked on. Well, so that's that. By the way, hi Viat. Thanks for stopping by. So, so in the pursuit of making the demo finished, how's life? I'm having a wonderful Sunday morning because I get to work on the hit title. In the pursuit of making the demo, we are actually really close to that. If we load this save right here, then I can show the approximate state of where we are. I need to change this. I want to add a highlighter so that you can properly see idle monthly, which is a simple enough scripting thing. I just need to change the coordinates of what is highlighted and what is like concealed. Then other than that, there is one more villain photo that I need to make. I'll be honest, I am not the greatest fan of creating art on stream, because why is this cropped like this? Huh, that's not great. I'm not the greatest fan of creating art on stream because I feel like I don't have anything interesting to say. It takes absolutely forever. And it's not a process that I enjoy. I make art because it's needed. But I am certainly better in the coding department. But as we can see, we've got 1, 2, 3, well, this is the missing one, 3, and 4. So 4 out of 5 villains present. Need the third one because even though this is the last week that is present in the demo, well, it is there and I want you to be able to scroll through these. Then beyond that, I put in a little system so that you only see some amount of the concert that you can go to. But I think I want to remove that system. There are 8 concerts in total. 8. And I want to just let you look at them, right? I don't know, maybe this is a me thing. I distinctly remember in older games at the time, just looking at the things, looking wistfully at the future missions and unlocks that I wouldn't get to because, well, bad, mostly. Not progressing through the game enough, and restarting constantly to play the first few levels rather than actually toughing it out and beating the more challenging missions. Even though if I actually did it, it wouldn't be that hard. But, so that's the idea. Let you see all of them, even if you can't go to all of them. Right now there is a filter such that you can only look at the concerts one beyond what you could go to, so I could go to all of these because I've got 185 butterflies. Oh! Oh, yeah, that's... I know exactly what just happened. I've crashed the game because... because I've done something very naughty. Right, usually it's not possible for you to swap different Dragables. So what we had there was we had an idle photo and the band name scrap representing the band. And I implemented a little system because playtesters wouldn't stop doing it, that if you put a Dragable on top of a slot that is already occupied, me personally, I would always just take out the old Dragable and put a new one in. But, right, something like this, hiya, you get to hot swap. But when you do this with different kinds of Dragables, as I can't show right here, but when you do it with different kinds, something breaks. This slot expects this to be in band name scrap, and when you then hot swap in a photo, that doesn't quite work. Actually, logically speaking, no, right. Usually this hadn't been an issue up until now. And the reason is that normally there are not idle photos here. It's only if you... It's fine, we'll use the other save. It's only if there's a concert that you can go to which has a special mission attached to it. It's only then that the game spawns the idle photos so that you can pick your star for the special mission. It's only then that there are these photos. And of course, in order for that to happen, usually, if we take this out, the photos despawn. So all is well. But because of the system that I've implemented, if I now try to put it in here, then it expects the band name scrap, but it gets a photo, which normally wouldn't be an issue because this is GameMaker and types don't matter. Types are made up. But the slots that we are putting stuff into here evidently assumes that the band name scrap has a certain method that it's trying to call on the photo. Or no, what's happening here is that yes. So it's trying to insert the photo, and the photo is being destroyed at the same time because we've removed the band name scrap. So, which is to say, there are multiple ways of solving this. We found it by complete accident, let's just attend to it. So this is the object concert viewer. While we're there, we can then also remove the concert filtering. Which is, firstly, it's going to be on content inserted. Well, no, actually, this is a deeper running issue. Fundamentally, the code that is causing this issue is the one that's allowing you to hot swap draggables, and it is right here. These 3 lines. Drink break. Water, it's important. So, these 3 lines allow you to, if you're dropping it onto a slot that is already filled, we just pick up that content and then insert into that slot, where previously it just wouldn't let you do it if the slot wasn't empty. So there are multiple ways of going about this. We can check that whatever we are picking up is the same type of draggable. We can also check. We can check. We let the slot know what kind of draggable it is expecting and not do anything if it's not expecting the kind that it's given, but that would be a key. We can also much more directly address the issue. Hey Maker, I promise you, object slot exists. Yes? Thank you. So, we can, that's right here, in the insert content, we are calling this method. We can, of course, if not instance exists, content return. But this would yeah, I think this would work, and it might be a better, more functional, more fundamental approach to the solution, which is just anywhere. If we are trying to put something in that is on its way out, then don't. Well, at that point, it's a matter of preference. What do I want? Do I want to allow you to remove the band name scrap while you're holding a photo, or do I want to not allow you to do that? You know, I'm also wondering, the moment of truth, it still breaks. Oh no! Right, because this isn't the only place where it will break. Now, after something is inserted, it also calls up to the room handler to do that. So, I'm thinking I'm going to go with the abort if we are taking something out that isn't the same type solution, which, make no mistake, it's not the cleanest solution, but it will work for this approach. It will work for this problem. So, hey, I've mostly finished the game, and this is literally the only place where draggables of multiple kinds will intersect. I say that, but that's not even 100% true. Well, it might not be 100% true, but what is certainly true is that this is the only place where you can take something out while holding another thing that is disintegrating because you took out the first thing. So let's see. Content.object index. Got the exclamation point here. If the object index of the content that we have removed does not equal our object index, we want to return. It's a bit of a hack, but it achieves the idea that we want to. I'm just going to very quickly toggle on a little setting because I'm tired of clicking through the dialogue. So I'm going to turn on the speedrun skip dialogue option, which makes things go a little bit faster. You'll note. It's a long dialogue. Okay, now. Well, now I can continuously play the drop sound without actually dropping a thing, which is okay. That is caused by playing the drop sound really early, but I can just... Look, here. Only do so when we are actually letting go of the object. Here we are. Here we are. So, that's that fixed. Then, as I've said, the selection of concerts is made in the concert viewer, I do believe. Huh? Wait, sorry, what? Oh, yeah. Right, this is... I should actually do this with the index and not just hard code the number 3, even though this is a story function, and it's only ever called with the number 3 as an argument, but, you know, it's cleaner that way. So, you'll have to pardon me. There it is. Here it is. We can just remove this. And as a result, we no longer need this variable, and from here on out, we should now be able to see all of the concerts, which is cool. Yes, sir. And I think it's okay. I think that's fine. Personally, I enjoy the thought of letting you look at all the stuff, even if you can't go there yet. Yep, that's a dialogue that we're skipping through, of course. So, next. I have been slightly silly in that you will be able to field 2 different idle bands at the same time as the game progresses. But of course, if you need at least 3 idols for a band, then in order to make 2 bands, you need 6 idols. That is, I hope, math that adds up. So, I figured, partly I did it for testing, partly because I thought it would look nicer. I would just show you both of the band forms right away, but this kind of doesn't do anything. And I've also written a little dialogue to indicate that the second band form is available from now on. So what we're going to do is we're going to restore the old code that restricted which band forms would spawn at which time, which is, man, I've even kept the constant, but it's not being used. So what this happens is this is in the room handler, which is responsible for instantiating objects, setting up the entire scene. We do need to go to the correct room handler, of course. So go that. We are going to need a function that tells us how many band forms are allowed to be created, and there is a super easy place to put it because we already have a function that tells us somewhere here it is, create band elements. So as per clean code, a function should be put immediately after where it is first used. So that gives us a function get number of band forms, and this is not terribly complicated. Return week number. If we are at or beyond the second band week, then 2, otherwise it's 1. There we are. Number of forms to create is that number of band forms. Ta-da! Okay, that's already all about that. Now, as for the little dialogue that we kept watching, because that was the best save that I had access to test stuff, we need to mess with that dialogue a little bit. Now, why is... See, I have these coordinates, right? Ah, yes, right. That is because this is a different dialogue. The one that we want to look at is down here. Yes. So we are just going to steal the coordinates and there. We are going to, as the dialogue begins, like as the fade out has completed and the dialogue begins, we are going to do a little script call which is going to open up the darkness and highlight the idle monthly issue laying on the table. So, which is create dark highlighter with an argument set of all of this stuff. X and Y, and then the ending X and Y. And then so that's the initial starting screen. That's handy. What I also want is I want to change how it displays on the band screen where, well, I've changed where the band forms are drawn, which means, well, it's no longer in the correct place. As simple as. It used to be that this was just this was the start of the that the highlight started at the edge of the band form and included all of it, plus the fifth idol whom you have recruited at this point, who is very conveniently shuffled to be at the side of the band form. Or so they would be. Now, I need to be careful here, because allow me to show you. Because I've also changed another thing since then. It used to be that there was nothing for a fifth idol to do while they were not actively in a band. Oh, I've made a band. Huh? Ah, yes. Sorry. The idiot is me. Disregard. This needs to be an array of script calls so that you can execute multiple function calls per dialog line. Okay, should pop up in just a sec. Right, the dialog begins and we see the magazine. I also want to try drawing this out, as in drawing the image for it. This is supposed to be a celebrity wipe rag, so I'm thinking put like a really big head on the cover, because all that I can think of when I think celebrity magazine is there's always some massive headshot of someone at an event, and then there's text on top of them, so I want to emulate that in my own slightly sarcastic way. But we'll get to that. Now, this is not the focus. We are properly outlining what we want. Butterfly appears in the darkness. That's intentional, because teacher hasn't noticed that she is there yet. Then she pops herself onto the dialogue layer. Haha! Then, when we move on to the band forms. Right who? Pardon me. So the left top and bottom edge of this highlight are good, but I would like to do two things in this on this screen. Number one is to extend the highlight to fully enclose the helper slot, and two is I need to adjust the logic of shuffling the idol to the side. So what is interesting? No, it's not really interesting. Ah, cool. Right. So what I was thinking about is that as you start this room, the game picks out the fifth idol who isn't in the band, which I'm just now realizing there may be multiple of those. If you desperately want to, you can at this point have a 3-person band and have 2 idols not doing anything. So I suppose I should think about that. But it scoots it over to be at the side of the band form. But after that, the helper slot initializes and remembers that Elf is supposed to be in the slot and moves her into itself. Yes. So there's a bit of wasted effort here, but it's not too bad. Now, I just need to account for the absolute psychopath who is going to willingly defy what the game wants them to do, and progress to this point with a 3-person band. Well, that's not too difficult, I suppose. Yeah. But in order, think what we want to do. What I want to do is I want to encapsulate the helper slot, for which, well, that's quite easy. It lives at the middle of the screen, and we need to account for its width, but that's going to be easy enough. So, instead of putting this relative to the starting x, we are just gonna boop plus half the width of the helper slot. Oh. Okay then. I have pressed a button I wasn't supposed to. And GameMaker crashed. GameMaker hard crashed. It opened up, like it tried to run something. A console window opened up, and after that, it had just enough time to tell me that it had become unstable and needed to close to please save my progress, and then a second after it crashed. Well then, that's interesting. I think I hit a function key, pressed some kind of shift function key, and I don't know. Well, let's see, did I lose progress? I don't think so, because I press save all the time, so it should have written out to this. Music, you're being a bit too chill right now. Thank you. Well, yes, I've lost this, which means everything else should be okay, but we can check. So plus sprite get width, but helper slot by 2. There we go. So get number of band forms. Okay, that does exist, so it's not too bad. Hey, crashes happen. It does feel like, how do we put this? Usually, hi, nice to meet you. I am a professional software engineer from my day job. So usually the kind of software that I work with, mostly IntelliJ, but also other tools for professional engineering, those kinds of tools are made for software engineers, but also by software engineers. I feel like GameMaker is not. I feel like GameMaker is made by game developers. And I love all of you. You are so much better at doing the game development thing than I ever could be. And there's much more to it than being able to write clean code. But it is undeniable that more game developers come from the creative side than the technical side. You get me? Yeah, you get me. But hey, if the code works, it works. Okay, now I've just disrupted my own thoughts. So, the highlight X is correctly adjusted now, which means we need to go into this function and maybe rename it too. Because what I want to do here is I want to make sure that these spare idols are vaguely near the band form, and I want them to also not be in the way of the dialogue. Well, more specifically, I want them to not cover butterfly, because any idols that don't have a specific place to be are just randomly thrown across the table. And it could happen that they would be generated on top of butterfly, which isn't terrible, but it is unpretty. Spare idol names. Okay, so this is going to be an array, because it is entirely possible for you to have a spare, well, two spares. Then, which means we need to iterate over this array. Spare idle names. And just gently scoot them out of the way. Spare idle names. The if plus I times sprite get height frame. This is an exception to an exception, but make sure that they are in a vaguely good place. There we are. So let's take a look then. OBS. There we go. Oh, now it crashes. Because I've removed... Well, this is just justice, isn't it? I talk smack about game developers and then I rename a function without remembering to rename it on the other side. Now, in a competently made tool, you would be reliably able to just, rename a function and then it's renamed everywhere that it's used, because the tool is aware of where you refer to that function and not to something else. To its credit, GameMaker does have a functionality to rename functions and fields. It just so happens that that functionality is worse than useless, because I've quite literally seen it. I've tried to use it and I've seen it rename something else, something else that was a completely different name originally, and not touch usages of the thing that I wanted to rename. So, I mean, yeah, if you want to make your code worse and hunt for what it's actually done, then you can use that function. But personally, I'm not going to. There we are. That is the highlight that I want to show. Beautiful. Beautiful. Wonderful. So that's this dialogue fully scripted. Now then, from here on, what else do we want to progress on? There is... Sorry, I just had to make sure that I wasn't insane and the second band form actually wasn't being created. But it in fact is not, and it's not supposed to be. Wonderful. So, I think what we're going to do next is add the dialogue that the second band form has been added, which is a simple enough matter. Yes. Yes. So, in chronological order, this is going to be the last dialogue that we currently have. So, function play second band dialogue, correctly spelled, and this always has a certain structure. I want to create. What do I want to do? I want to tell the highlighter, sorry, the fade in. Hey, fade in. There's going to be a dialogue when this ends, except no, I don't, because this dialogue is different. It is going to trigger when you recruit your 6th idol, which I guess I could also make the dialogue just pick you up at the start of the room and make you recruit that idol, but nah is going to be my response to that one. So, first we need to set up the active dialogue, which is a handy little data structure that second and dialogue that tells us who's talking and when. Next, this dialogue is going to take place on the screen of the idol decks and of the band forms. So we need to make sure that a butterfly photo exists in order to play that, for which we're going to set up these elements, and the concert screen is not where I want to be. Actually, no, wait, what am I talking about? It's the idol decks. There is a photo of butterfly on that screen at all times, because that's the screen where you get to put your idols into the, well, idol decks and look at their stats and characteristics. So really, all that I need to do here is I need to create a highlighter as the dialogue begins. I need to make sure that there is an attachment point for teacher, though. Let me just really quickly peek at how the dialogue's going to run. Teacher has lines both on the idle decks screen and on the EDD bandform screen, which means we need to do it in both places, but that's just dandy. Because we don't want to recreate an additional photo for butterfly, which means we just want to find the photo manager directly and just create the attachment point, which tells the little dialog box for teacher, your player character, where it's supposed to be. That it's supposed to be at the bottom of the screen. So, the screen's recruitment. We want to do this. We also want to do this at the bands screen. So recruitment and bandus. Okay, rename that so that we don't get a collision. It would be fine, I think. I'm not sure. This is the kind of thing that you don't remember because even if you can do it, it's bad practice. Drink pick. Hold on. What you can do is you absolutely can just make another variable with the same name. GameMaker may complain if you do that, it may not. But at any rate, you don't want to do it. So, consequently, you want to use different names. It's just better. Different thing, different name. Yep, that's the attachment points. The dialog is going to automatically locate and use the photos and teacher attachment points, which means at this point we just need to add the scripting. So active dialog scripts needs to be equal to this and copy this, paste that there. Look, it's amazing. Yeah. At this point, each of these arrays is one dialog line, allowing us to run code as that line begins and as it ends. So, what do we want to do as these dialogues begin? We want to certainly create a dark highlighter. So we make a script call, which it's like calling a function, but later. It's a little data structure that I made which stores what script I want to call and with what parameters. In this case, I just want to make a dark highlighter. Yes, for the start, it will cover everything. Further, I want to also make a script call that moves butterfly. Probably I want her to be at the location where she always hangs out during the tutorials. And I also want to move her to the dialogue layer. Now, for this, I am going to have to find her first. Butterfly photo. This is going to be the recruitment butterfly photo is equal to photo manager find me find photo get photo by name. That's the one. Internal butterfly name. There. So this recruitment butterfly photo I'm sorry, I have just completely forgotten how to even do this. Yes, move draggable to dialog layer with the photo as the argument. And how do I handle moving her into place? Because I remember I do that sometimes. There is another dialogue where just that happens, but we need to find that first. Huh? think it is this. No, it's not. Yeah, right. We just move the photos together. It's in a function, and the reason why is that we want to assign to X and Y, and that is not easily possible with the script call interface that I have made. So it would be this function here, but how about, how's about we just extract this into a different function. Function move recruitment butterfly photo. Because as soon as you use a piece of code multiple times, it is easier to have it in a function so that you can call that function rather than duplicating the codes. And then sure, you can change how it behaves, but in this case I don't want to. So there's our little function, and we can return to down here, and instead of just moving the draggable up onto the dialog layer, which means it's going to make butterfly visible above the dark highlighter, we're also going to move her into place. Okay, so that's good. Then after this line is finished, but before the next one plays, I want to move the camera. So we want to start a camera movement. Sorry, we want to make a script call, which is going to start a camera movement. And the arguments for that are going to be create camera movements per frame, so that we move left one screen and down one screen. So minus the screen width is the X movement that we want to do, and we want to further move down, so positive Y screen height. There we go. We additionally want to change the highlighter to show both of the band forms. Now, once we're done with the dialog, we want to destroy the existing highlighter, which, well, returns control to the player. It's just a tiny bit of cleanup. There we go. So for this, we are just going to steal the coordinates from up here with a slight change, that it's not going to be just the first one that we show off. It's going to be both of them, but that's easy enough because the Y coordinate is fine the way that it is. And I know I've just copied code after talking about how you shouldn't, but in this case we want to be very specific, and well, this is a different dialog, it needs different code. So in this case it does feel appropriate. Okay, moving on. We don't want to use the helper slot, we want to use the thin band form so that it stretches to the start of the second form, and because that coordinate is the middle of the second band form, we also want to go for half its width to reach the right edge. I hope that makes sense. Now, secondary question. Do I have a save to test that? Not exactly. This one is close enough. We're just going to have to click through a minigame real fast. So, hey, by the way, in case you're curious, what kind of game is Hit Idol? It's a game in which you are a high school teacher managing a idol club. So, music stars, celebrity singers, but of course it's all for fun. It's just a club for school students, and you do so by putting them into bands, and for training you play minigames. In this case, I have picked the literal worst minigame that I could have picked, because poster artistry requires you to remember what your band is like. Alright, so we are Magic Life, which is Butterfly, Jade, Lucky, and Tiger. Gotcha. For instance, you can make a song, you can practice your dance moves, you can make a poster with crayons, because your club isn't a club, technically speaking. Your budget is 0. So you make do with what you have. In this case, we can move this into place and draw it. Haha! We also want to make some freehand drawings, so drawing with the mouse is super easy. It was better as an outline. Oh well. The important part is that you're having fun. There. It's a new Final Fantasy player. We also need to put on all the members, which, as we recall, see you. Tiger and Butterfly. There we go. And if you do it right, then you get to listen in on the idols' conversations and experience beautiful, emotional storylines. I say that in a slightly mocking tone. I do mean it. These are full characters, and there are 12 involved storylines that you can partake in. It was quite a bit of effort to write them all. I am glad that they are now done. And I think they are all the better for it. So, that's a show. Particularly, it doesn't seem like it maybe, but I decided that the storylines were going to take place purely in those dialogues. So if you think about it, normally in a story you have a narrator, you have a voice telling you what is happening as a matter of fact. But here, because I decided to make this pure dialogue, I can't exactly say, and then this thing happens. I have to make the characters talk about it while still seeming like a normal conversation. It was quite challenging, let me tell you. So, on the 27th of October, I didn't have to do the math of which month is the 10th. Don't worry about it. So, first we get the hint that we can recruit another idol. Huh, that's funny. So, I am going to randomly choose you. That's okay. Right, so you'll note that nothing happened because this is game development and nothing happens if I don't tell it to happen. I also need to advance dialogue here so that after setting this thing up, it actually happens. And we need to start the dialogue when we recruit the idol. Now, this is something I've already done. You'll see. This is for the tutorial. The game pushes you to pick a third idol so that you can get started, and then the dialogue picks you up again. And I'm just gonna put that right in here. I'll be honest, I'm not a huge fan of coding like this with specific exceptions and specific values and whatnot, but it feels like dialogue is going to be the thing where you are most allowed to make hacky code or code that's single use, because quite literally it is, right? This dialogue only plays once, so it doesn't need to be perfectly clean, and we want this to trigger if we are in the second band week. At least I can make it clean like this, using constants and checking, hey, are we in this week? Now, but yeah, because every dialogue is different, and the entire point is that there's only so much that you can make generic. So, now, if I remember rightly, then yes, the game doesn't save when you recruit an idol, because it doesn't. It's really just the answer to that. So, we hit recruit. And this is a little bit jarring, moving Butterfly to wherever she needs to go. Maybe we leave her wherever she is, right? Because... ah, yes, also that. Okay, we're not fully done scripting this. So, the basics of it work. It plays, it doesn't throw errors. So, hey, by Bethesda standards, that's good enough. But it is really ugly. So, I think what we're gonna do is we are going to not move Butterfly. We're just going to move her to the dialogue layer. And we also need to remember to make her undraggable. Meaning, recruitment, butterfly photo, make undraggable. So that you can't do what I've just done, which is to pick her up and move her, and that triggers an automatic reshuffling, because I made it so that when you pick up a photo, then logically that is on top, right? It's not going to be behind any other photos that are still lying on the table. And when you put it down, then it wants to be on top of those photos, because you only just put it down. But I don't... if you do that while a dialogue is playing, then it puts Butterfly behind the dark highlighter again. So I don't want to do that in this instance, which means I want to make her undraggable, so that You just can't move her. Likewise, after the dialogue is over, we want to make her draggable. That way, because she is supposed to be a real game object, right? It is supposed to be that she can, afterwards, if you desperately want to, you can put her in the idle decks and look at her stats. So because I'm reusing the photo of Butterfly that is already there, I don't want to permanently lock it for that week. Okay. So, I also need to do something else. First, I need to drink. Next, what I can do is I need to take the photo of Butterfly that is in the band's form, or well, I suppose wherever the hell it is, yeah. I need to take that photo of her and move it to the dialogue layer. So in that way, this can go like wherever. We can just put it here as setup. Move draggable to dialogue layer, and this is going to be the band's butterfly photo. Which of course we first need to locate, which is going to be super easy. Band's butterfly photo is band's photo manager get photo by name. There we go. There is very much a reason why I put her name into a global constant. I mean, that constant is just internal butterfly name is just butterfly. Like, it's nothing special, but there's a reason why I put her there so that I can always have easy access to her because she talks a lot. So, what I further need to do is, as we move to the band screen, I want to create a dark highlighter that shows both of the band forms. Strictly speaking, since I don't want to highlight anything on the recruitment screen, on the idle decks screen, I could just start with this so that everywhere is dark except for that part of the band's screen, but I feel it is better practice to highlight what you want when you want it. So, from here, just fill in these coordinates that we already made but didn't use. Okay. We need to put in a comma here because this is an array. Okay. Okay. So, the butterfly photo on bands is on the dialog layer. It is not necessarily going to be undraggable. That's the thing. Because by the same logic, from up here, where we need to consider that the player may have different idols in a band, when this dialog triggers, there is of course no guarantee that Butterfly is in a band. She may not be. Consequently, we need to make sure that you can't pick her up and ruin everything. You know, it occurs to me now. Well, I could have coded it so that when a photo plays a dialogue line, it becomes undraggable while it is playing that dialogue, and then it unlocks afterwards, but that actually wouldn't be the best idea, because I want her to remain undraggable for the duration of the dialogue. But of course, teacher also has a line, so that wouldn't work. So, we are very simply going to tell you, hey, become, no, make undraggable. And after that, after the dialogue has concluded, wherever she may be in a band, or she may be the helper, or she may be just flying free. And butterfly photo must become draggable. Yeah, let's give that a look. That should be this dialogue, properly scripted. This is, strictly speaking, this is after the demo version is going to end. But, hey, I figured get it done. So, recruit you. Sorry, let me see that again. I think Butterfly didn't move, she just popped on top of the stack. So if we leave her right here, well, she's a little in the way, but yes, okay, she doesn't move. There we are, that's a good highlighting. That's what I like. Okay, that's good. That's good. Yeah. That's another step done. That's the story developing further. Then I think what we are going to have to tackle next. I hate art. I don't enjoy doing art. The practice that I have is pretty much exclusively this game. I literally have not drawn more than like 5 total things in my life previously. But hey, you gotta. So, what I think we're going to tackle is we are going to at least do the basic outline of the Good Doctor, and also, well, there's no issue of Idol Monthly this month, or this week, I suppose. But we also want to tackle that. Do I have a good save of that? Yes. Here it is. I want to try making this not just a white page, but as I said, put a headshot of some generic celebrity on it, ideally without interfering with the legibility of the text. But we'll try. Oh, that's not good. Ah. Oh, that crashes. Well, I suppose we're going to look at that. Yes. I know why. In fact, we can fix that right now. I have changed the concepts dialog. It is longer now. And I haven't changed the scripting, which is bad of me. So what we want to do here is make sure that this is up to date, and we want to actually execute these scripts at the end of the dialogue. So move them down to here, and this is going to be a line where nothing happens. Okay. Wonderful. Now, before we go to the suffering that is art, I am going to have to pee, so I will be taking my first midstream break. Stand up, stretch, use the bathroom. Feel free to do the same. Don't go too far. In just a few minutes, I'll be back, and then you can watch me suffer. See you in a bit. Okay, welcome back. Let me just change the scene and tell the music to chill a little. Man, you're always so high energy. There we go. And there we are. I think there's a setting that I can change so that OBS doesn't stop capturing GameMaker, isn't there? I should probably turn that on, because otherwise we'll be faced with a black screen, and that is bad. Right. So, I'm feeling fresh and refreshed. I've consumed a wonderful banana. It is just perfectly ripe. Life is good. And because life is good, why don't we make it not good anymore? uh, sorry, I complain a lot about art, but... Well, it's not even really the art that is the problem for me. It's more, I find, the design. I really struggle with character designs because, well, here's a little secret. I'm not actually human. I am an undisclosed number of lizards in skin suits. Not like one skin suit, just individual little skin suits that swap in and out very quickly. You're just not seeing it. So I have a lot of trouble designing real characters. But hey, I gotta. So really, what other options am I gonna have? Actually, there's the possibility that I might get a real artist on board. But until that turns out, I'm gonna say we gotta tough it out and make it happen. So, fortunately, I have already created a few of these villains, and this is not Dr. Conroe. This is actually Trey Alcard, but I'm using him as a reference for, like, the framing, the general shape of the body, yeah. Something about this photo makes me really want to punch this man. It's probably right up there, that little bit of hair. It upsets me. Also, look, he's wearing his shirt open. He has 2 buttons open because he's too cool to button it up, and man, I hate him. So, let's think. Out of the villains, who are people that have been very bad to our beloved teacher. Music. Music. Thank you. I left it too loud. I'm sorry. So, these are the people who have wronged teacher. Basically, once upon a time, teacher was an archaeology student, and he was like literal weeks, days away from becoming a doctor of archaeology, which is pretty cool. Until until teacher made the mistake of making a really, really big discovery, unearthing an ancient lost tomb of which nobody even had a very good idea of where it would be until teacher came along and figured it out. On this expedition, he took, let's actually open his image here. He took a good friend, Trey Alcard, and his professor, Professor Kerr. And through very underhanded navigation, Professor Kerr made sure that all the credit, not to mention a solid gold statue with quite a lot of value that was not donated to a museum but rather auctioned a very high price. All of that went to Professor Kerr while teacher was expelled from the university under completely made up false pretenses. For which the archivist, Miss Deborah Manning, also cooperated. So those are our villains. Dr. Conroe was to take teachers' doctorate thesis, but at the professor's instructions, Dr. Conroe made up this nonsensical story and got teacher expelled. Expelled and disgraced, and he didn't even get too much out of it. He just helped his corrupt friend, Professor Kerr, because he's a bastard. Well, there was some monetary compensation involved, but... So, that's the basics. Sorry. So, I'm talking about all this because let's think for a bit. So, what I want is... I want an aging man, not white hair, 80-year-old kind of man, but relatively old, notably older than this strapping young fellow here. I've got a thing going where, you see up here, yeah? You see those 5 different color bars. I can't point at them perfectly well, but you see those? That is white and 4 shades of black, or shades of gray, really, because this is nowhere near black. That's all that I'm using in this image. I'm using an extremely restricted palette, but the idea is also that these are sketches and they are they are intended to, show a faceless character, show them slightly dehumanized even. So, let's think, what would that kind of man look like? He may have slightly narrower shoulders than Trey Alcott does. He may be shorter slightly, but I think I like the height as it is. Maybe he's got a slightly different head shape. Certainly, I want to try giving him white hair and less hair. So he's not going to be an 80-year-old, but the way that I imagine Dr. Conroe, he was already aged at the time that the disgracement and expelling took place, and this was like 6, 7, 8 years ago at this point. So at this point he has grown older too, so he's got... If I can make it happen, we're gonna see if we can make it happen, but what I would like to try is partially bald and just some white hair remaining. So, to that end, there's nothing to it other than to start. Yes. What we're going to do is we are going to work in layers. So, layer 1 is going to be the skin, and I'm just going to start by tracing Trey, or maybe what we do is we already start adjusting things a little bit, you know, make him slightly smaller. Then something like this. Yeah. Narrower shoulders. Wider throat? No. Same throat shape. I'm going to use this tone so that I can see what I've actually drawn already. Because you'll note it's a bit difficult to see otherwise. I can then just use the fill tool to change to the actual intended skin tone. So, because I'm lazy and a bad artist, we are straight up going to mirror the design. Then, moving on, we've got throat, which goes up to here. Then it's, well, if he's a smaller person, then maybe he's also got thinner, a thinner head. Something like that. Narrower chin, to be sure. And I'm just now realizing I can't turn off Trey's hair. So what we're gonna have to do is we're just gonna have to go and look. Hey, what's her head shape? So as things are, you are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. 7 pixels up. And then we take it in circular like so. Okay. Looks like the guy's got sideburns all of a sudden. So we are going to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then we just take what's down here and rotate it as soon as. Listen, the problem that I have just now experienced is that in Game Maker, when you copy and paste something, copy, here, I have copied this, it has actually created a different brush so that I could draw this in lines or whatever. But when you copy something, it removes focus from the window, which means you can no longer use hotkeys to, let's say, rotate your selection until such a point as you click on the window again to focus back on it. This tool was made by aliens, I'm telling you. But I'm not sold on this shape, but let's draw it out and see how it looks first. Okay. Now fill it in, for which we are just going to, like so, use the selection tool. There. Well, that certainly is a pinhead. No two ways about it. I think I'm probably going to pull his head back out. So that... But, funnily enough, that is kind of the hair shape that I want. Right, you've got hair on the side and then it narrows up as it goes behind the head. So this was a complete accident, but I like this. I don't like that it's asymmetrical, but I do like how this looks. So what we're going to do right now with our happy little accident is we're just going to start on the hair layer. So from here up your scalp and back down. Hey, Leaf episode. The game dev is actually going quite well. Thanks for asking. How's life for you? I am doing the activity I enjoy the least about game making, which is drawing art, specifically character art. But hey, you gotta do it at some point. And thankfully, these drawings do not need to be terribly complicated. I can. These are the villain portraits of the people who wronged Teacher, your player character, in the past and cost you a PhD that you basically had it. You had your thesis, you had discovered a long lost ancient tomb, but you had all the treasure, all the fame stolen from you by your very archaeology professor. That's not him. This is Dr. Conroe, who was, however, also involved in this affair, who was supposed to take the thesis from you, but instead he made up nonsensical reasons to get you expelled from a university. And now, though it may have turned out for the better, you have ended up as a high school teacher rather than an esteemed doctor of archaeology, which is, it's a different path, but teacher is still a bit mad about it. So, right. So, having this basic idea, we want to going to the side. He kind of looks like Picard, but I guess that's just because he's got a relatively narrow head with hair along the sides. I feel like I kind of want this to be more filled out. Oh, there's the joy of pixel art, isn't it? The upside is I can manually put every single pixel where it belongs. The downside is this entire photo is 32 pixels squared, or like 32 by 42, 36 by 43. That's not a whole lot of pixels. And it feels like I want here to be a pixel, but when I put it there, it looks wrong. So, well, anyway, that's the basic idea of the hair. So for the moment, let's continue on the shape of him. I don't like the body shape, I'll be honest. I figured what I would do is make him narrower than the reference here. This is the reference, who is supposed to be a younger man and a wider person, but yeah, I'm not feeling it. So let's see, how can I get a good comparison of you? I know how. I am going to fill this out with white so that I can tell where the difference is. And from here we are just straight up gonna move this back out. Here we are. That does look more, for lack of a better term, human. Now, it doesn't currently have a chin, of course, but we can fix that. So, turn it back into skin tone. Now, draw in the chin, which is roughly that height. Because I want to be very silly, what I've decided to do is to use each different shade. I use 5 different shades for these images. Each different shade gets to be the background once, which means this, which normally I use for the shading on the throat to distinguish the chin. For this I have a beard, but normally you see a bit of a shadow right here. And when you're working this much with pixel art, I can't use position. I need to use color to distinguish the chin from the throat. Now, I've drawn this in the wrong shape. It wants to be like so. Or, sorry, I'm making a mess here. This needs to be on a different layer. There is no such thing as too many layers, I find. Whenever you're unsure, just put it on a different layer so that you can move it individually. Okay. There. Isn't that a lot more defined? Now, what we still need to do is we need to put clothes on this man. And we need to think about how the hair situation is supposed to look. I mean, really, like, this is a complete accident that just happens because the reference photo shines through behind him, but this is kind of the shape that I want the hair to be. So maybe I just copy this pixel for pixel, make it asymmetrical, makes the image a little more interesting. Because completely symmetrical like this is boring. Yeah. Don't hate that. No. Now I still need to ponder, which is what I need to ponder is the color of clothing. The easiest choice is put him in a white shirt, but I don't wanna. More importantly, it would be a very white-dominated kind of image. But for a start, just make sure that he ain't naked though. So we've got a color down here. Okay, now I think we can remove the reference and spot that we have put a hole in his skin. There we go. Yeah, now he looks like a retirement home patient, or sorry, what's the word? Inhabitant. Now he just looks like old grandpa. That's not the vibe that I'm going for, I'll be honest. So, a lot of these people have, like, Linda is wearing a white blouse. Sorry, I need to put Trey's hair back. Linda is wearing a white blouse. Trey Alcard is wearing white shirt. For the professor, I've used this kind of dark suit. which is also on Miss Manning. So I feel like I want to do something different from both and use an intermediate shade. Crazy concept, I know. But yeah, because like this is this is Old Man Jenkins. He's not gonna hurt anyone. This is the priest guy from Community, right? Am I talking nonsense, or is this a reference that makes sense? Is that like, you know what I'm talking about, right? This confused, unsure kind of priest, old man looking fellow. That's him. That's not what I'm going for. So, given that we can't use this shade, or he would be a floating head, ooh, spooky. And we can't use this shade because that's just skin. That leaves us with this. So, now, let's think. The good doctor also has a habit of mingling at idol concerts and promising them college scholarships. But that means he doesn't dress so formally. He's going for this cool college professor vibe, right? So maybe we put him in a turtleneck. Let's have a think about that. So the base would be something like this with a... Actually, if it's a turtleneck, then it would be something akin to this. It would close up onto the throat. Like that, yeah. And we can also put stripes on it. Also, I'm noting now, usually for the idols, I'm getting distracted because I don't want to do art, but well, you can't see it well on Elf because she is vertically challenged. she she doesn't make it onto the photo. She's so small, she's the 5-foot wonder. But for instance on Butterfly, or on Crimson up here, you want to distinguish shoulders and arms, and chest. On the villains lists, I've not bothered doing that. That's something that we can think about. I mean, Linda has it because her blouse, like, it stops at the shoulder. But the rest of them don't. I kind of like that style, I'll be honest. I kind of like that style. So this is so. I like the shape of the clothes. I want to try putting on stripes, and that's the thing. That's where I was coming from. If we have him in a striped turtleneck, then maybe we also want to distinguish like where his arms begin, right? Doesn't that sound like someone? So that would be something like this. I'm of course currently drawing straight on the clothing layer. No, I kinda hate that. Kinda hate that. But let's make a new layer for clothing highlights, which can be, it can be properly spelled for one. Highlights. And For this, we're going to use, well, look, I'm gonna try a thing. And this is partly the reason why I want this on a different layer, because I want easy access to recolor it if it doesn't work the way that I want it to. The idea being, if his turtleneck is striped like so, this is already pretty tight. Then, and I'm using the skin shade. How does that look? Kind of awful. Looks kind of terrible. But consequence means finishing what you started, so yeah, it certainly doesn't need the top stripe, and don't like this. Well, let's try it in a darker shade so that you can clearly distinguish, hey, this is not that, he's not wearing a tattered rag that lets his skins show through. Don't hate that. It kind of creates the effect that he is right, that this is like a physical layering. So you've got the top layer here, there's a shadow, then another layer, and so on. I think there are too many stripes, so let's try ditching every second one. Go for 3. That's more what I like. I hate that less. Also try this, like a more gentle slope. This pixel, that pixel, that pixel, this pixel. You all go up. Like that better. It can even go like so. Expand as we move downward. Yeah. I want to try, what if this entire thing goes down by 1? No, at least not the way that it is now. We'd need like here. Still kind of gives me the impression of a Mayan pyramid. So let's mess with the shading. One option is we can make the stripes brighter. We can also make the turtleneck. Ugh, that does look something that a cool college doctor would wear. We can also go the opposite route. We can make the turtleneck the dark one, and then use lighter stripes to accentuate it, like so. We could also, theoretically, we could use the background shade. But first I want to try this. If we want to use the background shades, then naturally we would have to make sure that the stripes do not touch the edge of the sweater. Yeah, like that. Like that. Yeah. The lighter stripes make it clearer that it is what it is. It is a striped sweater. Now, do we from here want to do something like that? Maybe we want to open the color. Maybe what I'm thinking is move this entire thing up. So, right, it's a little bit of an open color because, well, actually I couldn't tell you. Let's go to Google real fast. Turtleneck sweater. Worn on a real person, please. Yeah. Because of the way that clothing is worn, right? You've got the cutouts in the front, and then it continues upwards slightly. So I don't hate that. I think it does look better that way, or with no strap whatsoever. But this does look almost a little more inviting rather than cutting from the light of his skin to the dark of his sweater. I'm also noting that I am creating a virtual line. Can you see it? It goes, let me, like so. It goes from here, through here, through here, where the sweater lines bend, creating an effect of a chest moving outwards, which I don't hate. I don't hate it. It's a cute use of, I don't know what to even call this, maybe negative space, maybe, I don't know. We'll call it summon. But yeah, I actually don't hate that guy, even though you're supposed to hate him. Yeah. Then, final answer. Do I want hair to be asymmetrical? Do I want this row up here? Let's see. If we just chop off part of his head. Idiot. Maybe not quite like that. But if we make it into hair, then it looks a good bit like a wig. No, I want the top of his head that you see to be blank. Now, do we want this to be fully symmetrical, which would be here, right here. Delicious water. I'm just looking in the OBS preview because that's slightly smaller, and of course it's not intended to be viewed room-fillingly large like this. It's intended to be viewed smaller, something like that size. For that, I'm not a huge fan of the throat length as it is, to be honest. It's not that easily spottable, so what about we just take this off? Or what if his head is slightly less large? That is an alternative idea. Now for that we would use a selection tool like so, scoot him up. And move the shadows up. Yeah. Now. It does give him a very, very wide chin, I am noting. So maybe I want to cushion the fall out of that. For which... Well, how can I do so? Well, I can delete shadows, which makes the actual point of the chin wider, but it makes the lead-in less wide, and that's probably comfortable. It is... I find it always looks weird when right here we've got 3 pixels of width, and sure, the point of the chin is 6 pixels wide, which means this is an even curve, but you actually want it to be like visibly flat as it bottoms out. So this is kind of breaking my usual body shapes, but I don't hate it. Alternatives to consider. We can take off a bit of his head, make him a pointy-headed lad after all. Or we can do both. We can go shadow, shadow. There. Now his chin and the top of his head are the same width, which looks too circular. At the very least, we would need something like so, but nah. I think the top of his head is good, the way that it is. Then we try that. Maybe we even extend the shadow a little like so, but no, I don't like that. Well, sorry, I'm waffling back and forth right now. You generally want the shadow of the chin to catch what's being shown above. So if we are showing this kind of U shape, then we want it to catch underneath. So if we are not showing it, if we are just making a horizontal line, then it's a bit weird that it narrows down here. So it needs to do this, which is not undoable, but I think what we're gonna do is we're just gonna leave this like this. At this point, I think I have done 90% of what I'm going to. I'm certainly going to go over this again sometime after I've had time to let it stew, let it sink in, think about what I'd like to change. So, what we're going to do is we're just gonna put this man into the game. Well, he's already in the game, but you know what I mean. For that, because I draw at an absolutely tiny pixel art resolution, we need to upscale him, which means... Who named this folder this way? It needs to be villains, because they are villains. Which means we need to delete the placeholder empty sprites that I had of him, move this version up, and he needs to grow to 3 times the size he was previously. Sorry, 6 times, which is 180 plus 36, 216. There we go. I could make GameMaker just draw everything at 6 times size, but that would be so much more complicated. I would have to manually change so much stuff, so I just draw everything at tiny pixel art resolution, and then I upscale it. Okay, let's use this save. This one's fine. Mostly I just need one where the villains list is available. Yes, thank you, Butterfly. It's not important. There. I think that looks good. I think that looks great. So, I am going to take a sip of water. And having done that, I am going to think what else we can do. Well, this is quite cool. That's finally a big thing hanging over me removed. So, I know we can do the background art for Idol Monthly, but listen, there's only so much art that one person can do at a time. Even artists don't actually enjoy what they do, they just do it. And I adore them for being able to take more of it. Right, this is a thing that we need to do. We need to cook this dialogue scripting so that it, well, accurately, so that it actually highlights the Idol Monthly issue. So, that's just nothing more to say about it than let us do that. That's interesting. No. This is a different dialogue that I'm looking at. I'm going to steal the coordinates from here. This is the... Huh. That's weird. Right, this is where I stole the coordinates from. So, for all that it matters, it should create a highlighter with these coordinates. So you may be wondering, why does it not? I don't know. Let us find out together. So, we are entering here. We are playing this dialogue. Ah, right. Right, all is well. It's just not doing it at the start, but as soon as Butterfly mentions it, we do highlight it. Wonderful. So there's actually nothing to do here. Excellent. So, given that, let's have a look at the to-do list. I'm not sure that I want to do that. How about here? How about this? So this is, I'm going to show it off quickly. When you actually do put on a concert, then you get a letter from Butterfly because teacher isn't personally present at the concerts. Teacher is too busy and can't make time. You get a letter describing what happened, how things are going, all that kind of stuff. This letter is dynamically generated and it depends on, well, all kinds of stuff. It depends on who's present, it depends on whether you are doing well, it depends on whether the concert venue that you've chosen is appropriate for the what's it? Appropriate for the band. And all different kinds of stuff. It is generated in that class that you just saw that we are going to return to in just a moment. But, so we cut to teacher's kitchen. And here's the letter. All of these lines are, well, they are written, of course. I did make these, but they are selected dynamically based on who's there, what's happening, all that kind of stuff. For which, of course, a whole lot of writing was required and a whole lot of content is further required. So, this is where it comes from. It's a big generator that checks all kinds of conditions, and from it makes you a letter. So, step one that I want to do is we've got the ducklings lines, which is referring to the ugly duckling. When an idol has particularly low a particularly low stat, indicating that they are doing poorly, or that rather that they don't have a lot of training in that specific area. When they have that and someone else has good stats, then we indicate this. And for that, we are going to move it to here, because it used to be this was a negative. This would be something that you would have to specifically work on. But, I mean, really, this is largely random flavor, and also, you know, it's always a happy story. It's not something went wrong, we felt bad. It's this idol had trouble, but this other idol, the savior, was able to make up. They were able to fix the issues. So, consequently, let's have a peek at how this stuff works. So this is going to give us the ducklings lines for each stat. So there are heart, image, voice, and persona. That's 4. And for each one, if there is both a duckling and a savior present at the concert, then we insert their names into the line and everyone's happy. So, from here, what I want to do is ducklings lines, because this is a cheerful, happy kind of line. I want it to be in the random flavor category, where we use these to fill out the letter when we don't have anything more important to say. So, and because this can be up to 4, I don't want to add all of them. Let's say I just push one of them. Music. I'm feeling good. Thank you. I do need you. So, push into flavor lines just a random element from the ducklings lines. Yeah, that'll do us. Okay, what I also want to add is I want to move these down here so that they are where they are being used. Which is here, right here. That's a bit of clean code. Try to have your functions close to where they are used. Ideally, put them in the same order as they are used, right after where they are first used. that's that. So right now, this is going to give us the popularity lines, which is like if you barely squeaked into the concert because you need a certain amount of popularity to even get in, even though this is not an official thing. Like you're getting in on favors and based on who you know. Even then, you need to have a little bit of a name for the band for this to work out. So, this is if you either barely met the requirement, or on the flip side, if you are a band that people actually are talking about, but you decided to play in the classroom to whatever school classmates happened to have time that day, then we also want to point that out. Yes. So we want to point out either side, although barely meeting the requirement is not a bad thing. It's just a bit of extra flavor. So what we want to do is we want to tell you when the hype of the band is running low. This is, of course, a game about celebrities. This is a game about being an idol, and what's the big thing that shoots into your head when you think about idols? For me, it is manufactured celebrity. Your Justin Bieber's, your what's she called? It's not Selena Williams, is it? No, that isn't that a tennis star? One moment. Oh, I just googled Rebecca Black. That's the one. I don't know where Selena Williams came from. Yes, Rebecca Black. That kind of middling, decent talent that gets picked up by a studio and gets to be popular for a bit of time based purely on marketing. And so the point is, your popularity greatly depends on hype. It depends on that you are always something new, even if fundamentally it's still the same band. Like you've just changed out one member. The music is still the same. That's also a point of the game. But so the point is you operate on hype. And if you let the same band become too stale, then hype ain't gonna cut it anymore, and people are going to get bored. So you don't want to let that happen. So I've made a row of lines that will point this out to you. Hey, the band has been going for a while. You should probably change something up so that the hype curve goes in your favor again. And the hype curve is pretty aggressive, I'll tell you. You start out pretty hyped because you got a new thing, you catapult up even more, and then it drops. Not quite vertically, but it drops really hard. As is intentional. You are the new thing for a month or so, maybe 5 weeks, and then you gotta make something else that's also, air quotes, new. So, but to actually implement this, build concert letter lines low hype line. What are we going to do? We're going to have a problem, which is that the way that I've currently set. No. Right. Right. This needs to return an array, because what it does is it calls these functions and it pulls together. All of the lines that apply, which may be none, it may be multiples, pulls them together and then combines them. So we need to return an array. So if all is well, if we don't need you to change anything, then we want to return an empty array in the case that the hype is doing well. How do we tell? If band gets... I'm actually not sure what I called it. Time existed. If the time existed... Oh. Sorry. Let's look this up properly, because there is a field in the bands that tells me how long they have existed, and I think I just want to use that. But there is also a field in the save data, but I don't want that. The save data just tracks for each combination of idols, so each unique band that you could make, it tracks how long that combination has already existed. Such as to prevent you from changing between two configurations. That would be boring. You need to actually make something new. So, from here on out. This would be bad. It's less than or equal to low hype threshold. Then we want to return out early. Now, the low hype threshold is 35 days. So, but instead of writing this in as a magic number, we're gonna do it as a constant. There we go. Because I may want to mess with the math and I want an easy way to access and change these numbers. Okay. Otherwise, if we are beneath the low hype threshold, we need to interpolate, because how it looks is it's something like this. You've got this placeholder where I want to put in the actual name of the band, so that Butterfly isn't just talking, you might want to retire this band. No, I want her to specifically call it by name, because she would. So we are going to grab the low hype line templates, and that is going to come from the data. I'm looking over at my spreadsheets. This is popularity.low hype. This is an array. we're just gonna straight away grab a random element from that. Array random element out of this. Okay. Then, from there, we want to interpolate. So, at this point, this is quite simple. Call the interpolate function with the template, and the data we pass to it is simply going to be band. So, obviously, this needs to be adjusted so that it fits both the template and the code, but I've written these with access to the data of the band. So we pass it in, and then I'm actually a bit proud of the system. It's going to go into this string, it's going to find the placeholder, it's going to execute this function, and put in the name of the band. So, from here, we are going to this should be fully connected at this point, no? Yeah. Right, we return this as an array. So, good. That's as much as we can do here. So we can remove this to do. We can try. Let's try if we can trigger that. I'm not sure which save has an old band, but let's see, do you? Yeah. This is old. 42 days, way too old. Need to change. Now, I do unfortunately need to recruit Queen again and click through the dialogue. Yes. Which is why, the game is kind of intentionally timed so that if you make your bands as is intuitive, then at this point, when you unlock the second band, the first band that you have should be getting old. So, I'm just gonna fail this intentionally, because if you fail a minigame, you don't get dialogue. And right now, I don't want to play a dialogue. I want to get to the concept letter. For which, hey, you know what would have helped? If I had actually signed up to a concert. God, me am dumb. Okay, one more time from the top. Click through the dialogue. Oh, that's not. Ugh. No. Right, of course. So, what I've done here, we'll get to that in a moment. Because I make the butterfly idle photo draggable after the dialogue ends. It's not supposed to be, in this case, because it is in the band, but, well, it's supposed to be draggable if it's not, so I need to check whether it is somewhere that you can remove it or not, and only unlock it if it's supposed to be draggable. Sure, but that's not important right now. What is important is that we are going to be playing a concert, and we want to see how the letter looks, because by rights it would crash. But why? Yes. Okay. Yes, yes, yes. I do get it. Okay, this is simple. So here on line 121, it is of course entirely possible that we don't have any ducklings at all. So what we want to do in that case is, well, we don't want to extract one. Simple enough. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now, if not array is empty, ducklings lines, then do this. Yeah. Okay. And while we're here, we are going to attend to this hilarious bug that I've created by being a silly boy. And for that, we are actually going to have to think about what we do. Because, well, we kind of don't have a good answer here. So, we want Butterfly to always become undraggable on the band screen while the dialogue's playing. But, well, we also want that same photo to become draggable if it was previously. So I've just spoiled the idea, haven't I? Object are draggable. Up, 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 up. So this is in this variable here. It just checks, is this supposed to be draggable? And if not, then it's not going to respond to you clicking on it. So what we're going to do is a super simple function, is draggable, return draggable. There. Now we can extract this. There's a few possible ways of going about this. I think I'm going to try for a relatively clean approach. Band's Butterfly is draggable. So if she's supposed to be released after the dialogue ends, then we retrieve this, ask her, are you draggable right now? That tells us, yes, she's supposed to be. But she's not supposed to be if she is in a band. So we're just gonna pick this up before the dialogue starts. And it's going to be a bit of a challenge to... so what I could do is I could make this array and then I could afterwards go into it and say if she was draggable, then also add a new script call to make her draggable again. But that's very icky. So what we're going to do instead is make restore draggability, which is going to take a draggable and a was draggable, and it's going to do very simple things. First, it's going to make sure that the arguments that we pass it are of the types that we expect them to be. So that's object par draggable, and this is expected to be a boolean. And then we're going to make sure if it wasn't draggable to begin with, then we don't do anything. Otherwise, if it was draggable as we started, we make it draggable. Now, there is another way about this. We could offer a function which is simply set draggable and then pass in this value. I have intentionally gone for this interface where we conceal that this is a simple boolean under the surface. It's not like I need to keep secrets here, yeah? I don't need to keep secrets because I am the only person working on this code. Drink break. Don't need to keep secrets, but maybe I want to change how this works, and maybe I want to make this not directly map onto a boolean. So I prefer this approach where I just tell it be undraggable or be draggable, and how exactly that is implemented doesn't matter. So what we need to do is restore draggable draggability and do this needs to take the arguments of the photo on the band screen and whether she was draggable at the start. There we go. So, how very convenient that we've discovered this little oopsie right as we did. So, let's give it another try. I'm gonna recruit Elf this time. It literally doesn't matter. I'm just, of course, intentionally going to use the same bands that I had last time. Now, very good. She doesn't respond to clicks, which means she's not draggable. So, how many butterflies do you have? Need to drag this. So, hey, funny secret. It's not a secret. I tell this a lot, but one of the intentional gameplay mechanics is that stuff gets in the way, that you have to constantly move things around because the screen is too small and especially the idle photos just get randomly scattered around the screen. So there's always stuff in the way. And that's intentional. I wanted to replicate the feeling of having a cramped desk with too much stuff on it, so that you have to constantly rearrange and make space. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Those two answers were enough score to satisfy the requirements. Huh. Very good. Right. Now we are going to advance to the concert ladder. This is all random flavor. Ah. Ah. Okay, let's hop into the debugger because this is not 100% how it's supposed to happen. And I imagine we are going to very quickly find the issue. If we don't, then I'll look at it later. But it was supposed to... If I've got my math right, then it was supposed to output this low hype line right here, right now. And it didn't. It didn't, which is bad. Because negative lines are supposed to take priority over random flavor. It is very odd indeed that it didn't, but there are multiple possible explanations for this. It is possible that I've got the numbers wrong. It is possible that the comparison is more forgiving than I thought it was, in which case I'll have to change the numbers. It is also possible that I just misremember how the code works. That is certainly an option. So, here we are. Now, this baby is only going to remain stable for so long, which is to say, GameMaker's debugger just crashes by itself after a few minutes. Specifically, what happens is, if you set a watch, then I imagine it's a memory leak. Well, memory leak wouldn't look like that, but the debugger will crash by itself, just after a certain amount of time passes. Which is funny. Look, we have to laugh, because if we didn't, we'd have to cry. So, what I'm seeing is this band has time existed 49. Yes? And low-high threshold, the constant, is set to 35. Which means we shouldn't return early. And we don't. Okay. So, we in fact grab this template. And we interpolate it. And now we have a negative lens array, which is returned. And it's, as a matter of fact, I remembered my own code wrong. The negative lines do not, in fact, take priority. They are just mixed in with the random flavor. Huzzah! Well, you know, it's not bad that there is a problem. What is bad is, well, that I didn't know why it was wrong, but now I do. So that's good. And here it is. Oops. Let me just show the game again. Here it is. There's the line. Blah blah blah, make a new band. This happens to be the one line that doesn't include the band name, but it would have been interpolated if a placeholder was present, like so. You see up there, yeah, up there, the Magic Life band name is interpolated in. Okay, wonderful. So, given that, we may want to we'll want to consider giving the negative lines priority, because that is actually something that the player needs to know about, and that they may not realize. If your hype is draining, or if you are at a concert that is too small for you, then you actually get penalties. The same isn't true for a concert that is just barely that you just barely qualify for, which means I may want to move this, because that would imply something bad when we give this priority. That green screen, please. If we let this have priority, then it's always going to say that they are, it feels like they are punching above their weights and that they shouldn't be where they are. And that might discourage players when, well, you are intended to go to the biggest concert that you can. So, well, let's do just that. Let's do just that. Let's extract this if. It's going to mean that we're going to check the same thing multiple times, but hey, that's fine. So this also wants to live in random flavor then. So, for that, it's gonna be here. That's gonna be a lot of lines, but that's fine. We just pick an entire basket out of the random non-important flavor and draw the lines that we want to use. So for this, we want to do quite the same thing as we've done with the ducklings lines. Also, we definitely want to add some line breaks here. There, that's better. Bar barely met requirements line. Or let's say there is another place where we do this, but that actually does take priority. I do also give you a update on your popularity right here every time at the end of the letter, but that is always in the letter because that is important. What is not important is this. So let's call this popularity flavor lines is built at popularity flavor lines. Okay, with which we have promised a function that we just need to very quickly implement. Build concert letter lines popularity flavor lines. At the moment, this is just going to be the one. And this wants to be an array because it's possible that this is true, this is valid. It's also possible that this isn't valid and we don't want to add a line. I can also imagine adding more here, so that's okay. Now we need to steal the code that tells us these things, how much popularity, how many butterflies the band actually has, and stick it in here. There. There. Okay. So, that's good. From now on, we need to do the same thing. You know what? If you need to make an exception to do something that you only ever do once, then that's fine. But if you do it twice, then you really should make a function. What I also really should do is I am over my time to take my second midstream break. Stream's not quite over, but once again, I need to take the water that I've drunk and put it somewhere else so that I can drink more water. It is truly an infinite cycle. So, I'm gonna do that. Feel free to stand up, stretch your legs, refill your beverage, get a snack, whatever you like, really. I'll be right back in a few minutes' time, and then we can finish out the concert letter update. See you in a sec. Okay, dokie. Let us continue. So, welcome back. Hope you had a good break. I certainly feel like I did. So, from here, as we've stated prior to the break, I want to move this block here into a script. So what I could do is I could make array random element. Like, what would I have it do? Just return undefined if it's given a empty array? That doesn't seem right, because then we would push undefined into here, and then we've got a poisonous value. Oop. Didn't mean to do that. Sorry, play the sound effect. I didn't mean to. But so so what I'm planning to do instead is make a little script that you give it 2 arrays, and well, if the second array isn't empty, then it takes a random element and puts that element into the first. Just a tiny bit of convenience, so that I don't have to write out this ugly if. Really, it may seem silly, but from my experience, again, I am a professional. I do have a good few years experience working on software. More and more, I feel like every if that I can remove or move into a different function just is better. The fewer ifs that are inside the body of a larger function, the better. So, we're just gonna create ourselves a script here, which is array at random, push random element if present. And that's going to do precisely as I've just described. So I need to also rename the function here. It used to do this when you renamed the script asset. I swear it did. It's going to take 2 arrays. It's going to take the destination array, and it's going to take the source array. These are going to be 2 arrays. Type.array, and the source is going to, sorry, making a mess. The source array is also going to be an array. Of what? Don't know, don't care. This is completely generic. This works with any kind of array. So, from here, this is going to, if the source array is empty, the source. If it is, then we return. We don't do anything. Otherwise, we array pusha into the destination a random element from the source. And this is the most natural implementation to me. Of course, there are thousands, millions of ways that you could implement this. I could have gone with return undefined out of array random element if the source array is empty, and then we could have this function just take the element, check if it's undefined, and only push it if it's not undefined. Actually, I mean, I could have also had a look at the documentation, because there's a very good chance that if you pass undefined into array push, that nothing happens. But that's because of the way that GameMaker language works. Push random element if present. what I mean is that GameMaker has this concept of uh, optional arguments. So, strictly speaking, you don't have to provide exactly the function arguments that are defined by the function. You can provide more, which usually aren't going to go anywhere, or you can provide fewer. In which case, you can provide a default for those optional arguments. Or what you can also do is you cannot. And if you don't provide a default and they are not provided by the calling code, then those arguments are going to be the value undefined, which is gonna be, well, that's a can of worms, but that means that any such function which takes an optional number of arguments has to be set up to check whether they are defined or not. But again, that's implementation details. It's not specified what it does when you give it undefined, so we're just gonna not mess with that, is what we're gonna do. And instead, we're going to make it a function that is well defined for what it's going to do. Yes, right. I did do this. Okay, wonderful. Right. So, no. From here, so we've done that. We've moved this around. Have we? We have not yet given the important lines priority, which is gonna have to live from up here. So how it works, it generates all the lines that would apply to the letter, and then it takes out 4 of them. Why 4? Because... well, because there are 8 lines per page, and 4 of those lines are taken up by Hello Teacher, the concert lead-in, which is an intro line that's always present, and at the end there's the popularity update and XOXO butterfly. So 4 of the 8 lines are always taken up. Now, and that's what you see here. It's Dear Teacher, the lead-in, and end with the popularity update and XOXO butterfly. That's the idea. Then we want to fill this out, but I'm now looking at it and thinking, like, I mean, we don't need to, yeah? We don't need to take a random slice off of them. We can just take all the generated lines. We might want to... okay. So, random flavor is going to give us all of the random lines that don't say anything meaningful, that just fill out the letter. So what we want to do is we want to take that, and I think we shuffle it. Using array shuffle, not array shuffle extended. Then we ditch this array and instead GameMaker hasn't realized yet that that array has been deleted, but yeah, we use this to fill. So, we want to insert the negative lines somewhere. I think we fully restructure. So what we're going to do is we're going to use lines to use is going to be concert letter negative lines. So this is going to be an array that holds everything important. We want to then pad this out with an amount of random flavor lines such that it is 4 lines long. Which means we are going to use the fill lines function, which does precisely that. It fills up the first given array with the second, and oh, let us do that. So fill lines, starting with the lines to use and using the flavor lines. I'm gonna move that down here so that we actually have access to the flavor lines. Using the flavor lines, fill up this array. And we want to start, it doesn't matter where, and our desired length is going to be 4 lines long. And the reason that it doesn't matter is we are then going to shuffle this array, with the intention being that you don't start with everything terrible in one block and then it's whimsical random flavor. Butterfly doesn't organize her thoughts quite like that. So there's an argument to be made here. Do I want to have multiple functions like this? No, not really. The way that I've made it now, build concert letter lines random flavor, just puts everything together, gathers all of the stuff that doesn't matter much, puts it into the same array. Okay, so from there we fill it up, we shuffle it, and then we use this to fill up the lines. I'm still noting one small issue, which is the number of lines that are on the letter can actually change. It may be 4, it may be 5. So we need to properly account for everything, but that's easy enough. What we're going to do is we are going to shuffle this down here, and instead of always generating to 4 lines, what we need to do is we need to determine, well, how many do we want? So total letter lines is 8, and we want to fill up to 8 lines no matter how many there may be. So var lines to fill is the total letter lines minus the lengths of the lines we already have, which is going to be the first page lines plus the array length of the last page lines. And we need to be careful. Both need to be subtracted from total letter lines to give us how many lines to fill with. And stick that. Yep. Now, all that I need to do is I need to do the filling afterwards. There. Okay. Good. Excellent. This should work, which is always what we say when we launch something that we know is most likely to crash. But let's give it a try. Let us give it a try. I'm going to start from the same point so that I can also check that it is guaranteedly putting in the low hype warning. Oh no, I don't remember anything about the band that I've created. That's unfortunate. That is truly, fully unfortunate. Too bad. Too bad. So sad. But sorry, I'm just an idiot. I didn't sign up for a concert. That's fine. That's okay. Everything is fine. So, I mean, I didn't need the save to be in this location. It would have been nice, but like, I can spam through the weeks pretty easily. I can even duplicate and change the save data to generate saves at the weeks where I want them to be. Okay. So, opening this letter. Yes, look. There's the band name, and the low hype warning has been generated into the letter. And we have 4 lines on the top page. On the bottom page, we have another 4. Hooray! Huzzah! Wonderful! Awesome! Great! And all those words. Oh. Okay. No, that's good. That is excellent. Which means, out of here, what are we going to do next? Let's give another look at the to-do list. I should remove those that I don't actually intend to do. I think not going to be doing that. Oh, we can do that. Actually, yeah. That's a very important part of the why am I silly? Here it is. So when you play the demo version, naturally you don't get the full game. Because capitalism. Don't blame me, blame the concept of money being exchanged for goods and services. So when you play the demo version, you don't get the full game, but you get to play essentially the start of the full game for the first 10, 9, 8 weeks or so. For the first bit until, ooh, big plot hook. And after that, if you would um, if you would progress further, you don't get to. Instead, at the end of the day, you get taken to the demo end room. Let's have a look at that. Now, I've always seen this as it's a goodbye room, and it also tells you, hey, if you like this game, you can go there to a certain number of links to well, let's let Butterfly say it for me. Thanks for playing our demo. I hope you liked it. And use the link buttons to find the full version. There's one small problem with that, which is that there are no link buttons. At the time that I made this room, they didn't exist, but now they do. So I want to scoot this logo up a little and make room to insert these link buttons from here, so that the player actually can find where they want to go for the full version. This is, I'm going to hope this is going to be a pretty quick thing, but it does need to happen. So the logo needs to not be right in the middle of the screen. It needs to be, say, some 20, let's call it 28 display pixels up from the middle of the screen. And after that, we want to, when the room starts, which is where I do all the creating of the instances, there's a technical reason for that. When the room starts, we want to instantiate these link buttons. Simple enough here. I want these, unlike the menu where they are in the corner and vertically stacked, I want them to be horizontal. So, what I'm going to do is, let's go to the room handler for the menu and steal the code. Yeah. I should make constants out of these. I should make constants. Okay, step one. We are going to go to the constants definition, and we're going to make ourselves some read-only values for those links. Because otherwise I would have to make sure that the links in the menu and the demo ending are going to be continuously updated. They probably shouldn't change, but hey, they might. So it is better practice to just have a constant for them. So this is going to be global links, which is going to be a sequence of theme, which currently don't have one, H, working on it, and Discord do have that one. Up there it is. It's also linked on this very Twitch page. Feel free to check by. God. I'm sorry, this is just something that happens when you stream. You start shelling, it's inevitable. But, so, that's our links. And we want to reference these from here so that they are always going to be the same value. So you are Steam, because I have to find these in inverse order as they would be alphabetically, because Okay. And for that, again, if we are writing code that is at the center of the game, code that is going to continuously be used and referenced from many places, then I'm a little bit more of a stickler about making it good and moving it into reusable spaces. But right here, this isn't even part of the full game. So I'm a little more tolerant of making something single use. I mean, it is in a function, so we can call it pretty. Now, as I said, in the menu, these are stacked vertically. On the demo end screen, I want these to be stacked horizontally. So we need to invert how they are made. Which is going to involve a whole lot of changing a Y to an X. So the X coordinate is the X coordinate of nothing, because we don't have this kind of constant here. The demo end screen is just a single screen. And from there, yes, I suppose. I suppose that means there's no need to even make a separate variable. Just use the X offset that we are given, and the Y is going to be, I don't know. It's going to be, I don't know, screen height plus half the height. Yeah, sure. In this kind of thing where you have to design it and it's non-obvious, like, I don't, strictly speaking, I could count the pixels, but that would take way too long. So what we're doing instead is we're just gonna try it. We're gonna try it, see how it looks, and from then on we can count pixels. Because one very cool advantage of doing pixel art is you can quite literally do that. I can, by eye, because the entire game is aligned to this 6x6 pixel grid, I can look and think, okay, I want this to be like 2 display pixels further down. But let's make sure that I'm not making a mess here. So I want this to be in the middle of the screen, less 1.5 X offsets with no further offset. This wants to be the width. It doesn't matter much because these are square icons, but I want this to be the width because we are referring to the X coordinate. Okay, have I done that properly? Certainly looks like it, and I'll know if I broke it. Then what I want to do still is link buttons is equal to create link buttons. There we go. Actually call the code that instantiates them. And then we can certainly have a look. OBS is taking a moment to capture the game. Thank you. It's also weird this here, but I'll look at that in a moment. So, I want to begin training. Oh no, the demo is over. No. but there are no link buttons. But why? Why not? Am I an idiot? Yes. Yes, and I can already see why. Right here. I did not halve the screen height to actually put them in the center of the screen. Rather, I used the full screen height, which of course starts at the bottom edge of the screen. So they were off screen. That's better. Now, the logo is definitely too high up. The logo is too high up, and these buttons ain't centered. Which only makes sense because if we look... Thank you. Goodbye. If we look, the start obviously is going to be in the middle of the screen minus an offset, and that doesn't make sense. We want to start in the middle of the screen and offset from there. Although, no, what we actually... No, we want to start in the middle of the screen and then go 1.5 offsets to the left. Or maybe 1? Impossible to say. But we want to shuffle the logo back down. I'm gonna say like 6 pixels. I don't know. From here, we need to try stuff and actually count the pixels sometimes, maybe. I haven't been, I've just been going off of vibes. Okay, so the horizontal centering is working out now. The logo itself is off center, which is why the space isn't directly above the button. But I think I want the logo to come back down even more. Even though it's not covered by the photos anymore, I want it to be like 2 pixels further down and push the buttons down the same way so that they are slightly out of the center. So -20 and take the link buttons and push them down. And then that's going to be that. That's going to be, hey, another big step towards the demo. The demo ending screen. Hurrah! In fact, you know, come to think of it now, I've done the art pass, I've made art for all the villains. There currently isn't music in the game. Ish. I want to put music in the start menu. I want to put it there. Otherwise, you may have heard, if you have very sharp ears, you may have heard that there is ambient sound playing during the core gameplay. And I actually like that. I prefer that. I would rather put ambient rather than using like 1 or 2 minute music loops that get very old very quickly and intrude on the game, because hey, it's a music themed game. You are quite literally, one of your activities is to make music, like to make a song for the band that you are training. So I feel having background music on would get in the way there. So we're not doing that. I need to expand the amount of ambient sound that there is, but that's a me thing. Music, you're being too chill again. This one's good. So what I'm saying is, like, I can put out a demo version this week. I certainly want to give the good doctor another bit of a pass, but that'll be that. And I want to spend time, like, I want to playtest it again. I want to go over it really, really finely, and I suppose this is going to be an early access demo version, so people aren't going to expect it to be perfect at first glance. But I want it to be, though. I want it to be. So I'm going to make it as perfect as I can. And most importantly, make it flawless as I can. Yes. Yes. I do love how this head shape turned out. This entirely accidental me making a squished egg head and then the hair of the reference shining through, and that coincidentally came into the perfect shape for what I wanted. Sometimes, hey, sometimes fate happens. I am going to need to also draw Idle Monthly properly, so yeah, I'm not gonna say, like, demo version tomorrow. Not gonna say that. It's gonna come out when it's ready, but ready maybe sometime relatively soon. But you'll certainly hear of that when that is. Other than that, let's think. What was I going to do? So that's the link buttons. I think I want to have another look at the demo ending screen. That's what I wanted to do. I'm just a little overwhelmed. I've been working on this thing for 2 years, and being in a releasable state is drawing shockingly close. Yeah. That's good. That's how I want it to be. So, I never thought I would actually get to this place, even though I did develop Hit Idol with the intention of releasing it, obviously. I don't make stuff that I'm not going to put out. But the reality that we are not that far off is certainly a feeling. What's happening? My friends! Well, that's something that I'm going to attend to later. Now, what we're still going to do is not get lost in sentimentalities. You may note, if you read this issue of Idle Monthly, that this title does not make sense. It's supposed to be a celebrity nonsense rag, but something's wrong with the way that Idle Monthly is generated. Now, what is it? Is it that I am a huge idiot and put the same title for the sub-story twice? I'm looking at the spreadsheet. The data says no, actually. The data says, nah, this is correct. Well, let me take a peek at the translated data. which is I can't perfectly well show this off, but it's basically a huge JSON file, which is 7,000 lines long if you expand it. Chickpeas. Nope. In the translated data, it is also correct. 7,000 lines and 177,000 characters long. By the way, did you know that Google Sheets has a hard limitation that you can't have more than 50,000 characters in the same cell? I didn't know that. But when I made the sheet for Hit Idol and started aggregating all the translated data, all was well at the start until I started writing the stories. And then I quickly ran into the issue, oh, there's way too much text to fit into the same cell. Unfortunately, that's a relatively easy fix. I just put it into multiple cells. So, rambling aside, having done that, Idle Monthly is its own object right here. And how are we grabbing this? So this is a relatively simple object. We just use a bunch of text builders to draw the front story and the like secondary story, and the problem is that I am an idiot. I wished that wasn't true that often. I really wished. But you'll note I've just written this in. I do have a good reason. I wanted to check immediately in the game whether that was going to be proper, whether it was going to work, like if it was going to fit in the margin that I want, instead of needing 2 lines. So, consequently, all that we need to do is we need to grab the bottom title out of here, and we need to give it a quick check. 3, 2, 1. Thank you, OBS. We're gonna there it is. Because the title is supposed to be video games, not just for boys. That was way too excited. Man, I need to stick to my calm and rambly persona. So, I'm having way too much fun writing these nonsense articles because they're not particularly difficult. The entire point is that they are clickbait. They are supposed to be, you're in the grocery store, you're, like where I live, there's always a rack of magazines at the checkout, probably intentionally placed there because it's like the rack of candy for the small children, except the magazines are for the older generation, so that you look at it while you're bored waiting for a register, and it has to catch your eye. So obviously it's massive clickbait, except in this case it's aimed at high school girls who are just super into this month's hot celebrities. Which is why you'll note I'm writing this with the tone of a BuzzFeed article. But that's just the point. It's easy to write. Clickbait isn't hard, that's the entire point. You write something down, you ship your first draft. I'm not using tools to write this. In fact, I am Everything in Hit Idle is my own creation. You have my promise. None of the autocorrect with attitude has been used here. But the reason that I even bring it up is this really feels like something that you could use AI to write, because it doesn't have to make sense, it doesn't have to be long-term coherent, it just has to be this thing. Wow, isn't that crazy? But no, all of the mental nonsense that is written in Idle Monthly came out of my own dumb brain. Okay, so with that, I am going to have to draw this one out. Other than that, maybe what we can do is do a playtest stream, or maybe not an entire stream, depends on how much we find, but give it a playtest, see, do we find any issues, do we need anything that still needs to be corrected. That sounds like a cool idea. Show what the full game is, because I'm aware I'm just diving into it at specific points for what I am currently interested in looking at. But the point is, what I'm leading up to is, it is becoming the time when I need to hop off. Thank you all so much for watching, chatting, just hanging out. Anything you want to do is all that I can ask of you. I am going to hop off for now. I will be live again next Friday, Saturday, Sunday, every week from 9 AM Central European Time to 1 PM, so 4 hours ago to right now. There should be localized times if you are in a different time zone right under the stream. Thank you for hanging out. Have a great day. I think, in case you would like the show to continue a little longer, we're gonna put on a little raid. And there's someone that I have in mind, Mortus Angelus. Seems to be a pretty cool person. Full disclaimer, I don't know them, like we're not deep friends, it's just they have raided me once earlier and I figure I can return the favor. They are a fellow game maker dev, and the only thing that we can do with pain is we can share the pain. So we're gonna go over there. They did say that their stream is for mature audiences, so beware. I'm looking at it now, it's not like, you know, it's not that kind of stream, it is game development. But, well, you can join along, you can not. Either way, appreciate you being here, pretty cool of you. And I, for my part, am going to hop off and have a lovely lunch. See you next week.